Чё, связь есть? Вроде нормально.
Let the magic begin. Let the magic begin. Let the magic begin.
Так, надеюсь, этот марафон будет не сильно сложным. В отличие от предыдущих.
Good old caravan rebot. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here? Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind, Dad. So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any... Yeah, guess you're right. We still come to think of it. Maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon in. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Не ожидал я тут увидеть.
Oh, it's Dia!
Хотя нет,
Since
немного
we're
ожидал.
just wandering around, we're usually taking care of some serious business. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a... That's when I saw you two all the way over there. Chatting away. Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just... Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Бон, мужик из деликов.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today with...
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Раньше прощения точно таких не было. Когда мы там отправились в Надзуму или в Сумеру. О, спасибо. Ебать. Это Или еще нет? Вот почему это будет и болезненно. Потому что у меня залипает стик правый. Поэтому персонаж постоянно поворачивает. Не, я не дрючу, да? Ну... Не, в целом долететь можно, кстати. Дрючу, не дрючу. Долетаю нормально. Еще будем поворачивать. Да, это будет действительно полезно. Так. Давай, корабль. Блин, я же все равно можно будет открыть эту бухту. О, плюс первый. На корабль. На корабль. На корабль. На корабль. О. А повыше можно? Ракурс не очень. Тоже не очень. Повернись, блядь, нормально, хуёвина. Да ты... пойдет. Гидрокулус. Гидрокулус. Да куда? Бля, если бы не марафон этот, я бы не стримил. Подожди, а почему здесь эта херня из мира? Или мы все еще... ладно. Гидрокулус. Сколько гидрокулов всего, я не помню, кстати. Надо будет пока это посмотреть. По-моему, не так много, как в Сумере было. В Сумере 271. Я хуй знает, сколько здесь. Портера Марин. Ладно, буду смотреть на локацию во время кассан. О, мелюзина.
Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines. Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think? Good idea. Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Ну, конечно, ну да. Сколько у нас уже? 4 архонта, да? Не. Ну да, 4 архонта, не считая Фокалорс. 3 из них вообще понятия не имеют, где наша сестра. Один что-то знает, но у него контракт о том, чтобы не пиздеть, и все, охуенно. Это просто заебись источник информации. Вообще, просто охуенный. Блять, я скипнул случайно.
Nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join them.
Надеюсь, там ничего важного. Ой, блядь. Самый лучший источник информации. Просто заебы этой.
Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Стоит сзади нас.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but...
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like something.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
But...
Нам так хлопоты говорят.
Shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Mechanic d'Analyse. Бля. Кардиналь. Кто, блядь, эти названия придумывает?
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance.
Но с помощью этой машины судить и будут, да?
Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Так легко.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly
Мне
popular.
кажется, Лина стала еще ниже.
That's right. After all,
Она
she
лучше
is
стояла.
the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets it now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like...
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our master.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh.
Вот
Maybe
доебался.
something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Ай, бля. В каждой бочке затычка.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
Какие у меня хуёвые текстуры сзади, просто обосраться.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself.
Конечно, мы знакомы 3 секунды.
I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
you're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water.
Внутреннее озеро.
And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea.
Что у них за флешбеки такие летние?
But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
А ты догадливый.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
Надо было ник изменить.
We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Почему-то.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it...
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Я расскажу
Did all
уже.
the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Ладно, это странно.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you...
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Сейчас вам поговори с ним. Она скажет, что не знает, где наша сестра, и сюжетка закончится. Анимализм дос. Прыгает геймпад.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Чё?
So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration! If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Да, анимации, ну, конечно, жестко новые.
As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Что-то мне уже не по себе.
Is she talking about us?
Да, это, конечно, самое важное замечание тут.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority.
Один из первых архонтов, который смог убить почти сразу сюжет. То есть Венти может быть самым ранним, но вот Фуринтега на втором месте. Нахиду мы только посередину где-то увидели. Деда тоже где-то так. Райден. Ну да, их где-то посередине не увидели. А тут Хобана.
I, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now,
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and
Ох,
the
сейчас она будет много кого
excellent.
раздражать.
I suppose you had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Вот ты шпион. Это же сейчас чувак, да? Курица или как там? Которому мы помогали ему с Деликой там постоянно.
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Светловолосые путешественники.
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama
То есть ты ее
going
сразу не
on?
заметил, да?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady
Мы с тобой
Farina
разговаривали,
came here
мужик.
to
Мы с
personally
тобой
see
друзья.
him. Oh, I bet this is
Давай
going to be
скажи,
the
что ты сейчас
duel of the
удивишься.
century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Че, башать сразу?
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Ну, пиздец с Архонтом нам не впервые, так что...
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Че, вот прям сейчас? О, ну да. С тупым мечом на Архонта давайте.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Ну да, мы
What are
уже
you trying
сражались.
to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorinde. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. He is obviously a true... Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
Что? Мне кажется... Ладно.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel.
Whoa, all right. Now,
Right,
Суд
this is
интереснее, чем
Fontaine, after all.
виделка, серьезно.
Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Ну да. Да.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial.
Ну, это
It's
было слишком
obvious,
ожидаемо.
isn't it? According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this
Первые 3
law,
дня каждого
no?
месяца. Так сегодня же середина месяца. Или какой не хочешь там календарь.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she...
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Фокус с исчезновением, чтобы нас потом объявили в розыск. Первый элемент. Поводок. Что?
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey! When did you do that?
Он заранее это понял. Чего?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Бля, спроси, где наша сестра, и все, и съебываем отсюда.
Just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. He never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, and speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate.
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now. we wanted to go to the opera.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have... Oh, you really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Волшебная сумка.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
In Fontaine don't know what sin they committed. What?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny... Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets...
Ну, да, ситуация, конечно, криповая. Хотя, если, в принципе, из региона, если свалить, то будет не так, наверное, хуёво.
So you also believe in the prophecy?
What? You mean...
No, I believe in the prophecy. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with... But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the... So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all...
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved...
Да, она теперь тут полна. Улыбается. Красиво. Давайте мы, наверное, будем везде. Это элементарные черти. Какие-то черти из бездны. Какие-то робо-черти. Ну, как раз они, наверное. А фаты черти есть? А, не. Ебать, тут их. А, ну, наверное, половина из них под водой. Прочие человеческие фракции. Фатуи. Боты. Бля, ну, А, новый фото 4.1, да? Что это за... Какие-то тоже автомоны. Хуй знает. Новых хиличурлов нет. Ну, или пизда. Ну, смотри.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
Мы с тобой разговаривали, разве нет? По-моему, это был ты. Как ты не узнал нас?
Oh, a magic pocket? Thanks. Please, also thank the magician.
Даже там тот перекак. Серьезно, то есть во вход входить? Ну, не знаю, делать бы какой-нибудь мостик будет разбежать. Каким-то левым людям подошел.
I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's life is all about living in the moment.
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Как переубедить-то на самом деле. У нас есть сундук. Блин, найти бы NPC из Натлана, я бы был рад. Но я сомневаюсь, что есть ключ сказать. Стоим. Чё это? Маркот. А ничего интересного тут пока нет. Ну, наверняка наладить везде. Ну, стрелять-то понятно. А все равно.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some interesting opinions. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
В этом порту живут. Приезжать откуда? Типа, вы же явно живете не тут, а наверху где-то.
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers.
Да, нам, по-моему, впервые не дают подняться с контактом. Блять, я только что тут был. Вы чё? Я цветов тут не было. Нам, по-моему, впервые не дают. Так, такой. А, ну, ладно. Вообще без проблем. Это типа для прокачки перцев понадобится потом. Наверное, да. Эти планеты считается. Ну, а вы уже тут.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like help.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the opera house.
Понятно.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the opera house? Good.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Чё, вообще лопух какой-то?
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right,
У вас есть
let's
другие
go.
варианты? Тут и ёбаные скалы, и водопады. Не то, что я хочу душнить. Ну, вариантов особо нет. А тут мелюзина была, где я? Это мелюзина. Я могу посидеть. О, могу. Здесь тоже. Нормально. Опустись. Что-то проводу. Так, где лифт? А, это лифт? Подожди. Тут ничего нет. Ничего нет. Ебать, он быстрый. Ебать, он высоко.
Today's no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
Тут, конечно, хороший шип. О, я вижу его. Окулус. Что-то. Блять, я... Ладно. И хотя бы первая карта. Басера. Я еще ничего не понял. Рыбалка. Я не ставил судидометку. Или ставил когда-нибудь. Но если когда-нибудь давно, только если. Подземелья. А тут есть одноразовые подземелья. Таланты. Прокачка. Нет, одноразовых подземелья тут нет. Вау. Интересно, почему. Если что, я сейчас гиппоном вообще не кручу. Только тут я могу плавать под водой. Так, а что если отряд... Ох, ебать, я и забыл про это говно. Как же все пиздато выглядит.
There's still a long road ahead.
Так, да, меняемся. Так, отлично, что у нас?
Go!
Так, скиллы, талант. Обычно талант. Бурного вода, который присутствует. Ага. Пускай. Странная подпись. Ебать, водный пистолетик такой. Ну ладно, неплохо. Выглядит даже мило.
Time to broaden our horizons again.
A walk would be nice.
Я могу поменять или это только от региона зависит?
Ooh, you're taking me out?
В бою быстрый отряд сменить. Нет, видимо, я могу. Бля, пизда там будет. Меня отряда.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
Вон заметили. Тут бежать, блядь, некуда.
Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us.
Охуенный
Nothing's
план.
happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Охуенный план. Можно я уеду отсюда? Не хочу в столицу. О, лол. Эвель. Как-то грубовато звучит, не знаю. Эвель. Что тут грубого, не знаю. Дайте мне сфоткать Окулус. Пойдет. Если бы не геймпад еще.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Anyway, I should...
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the...
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Ладошку подвернул, чел.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen.
You're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. What needs initiative come now?
Alright, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontейну now.
Есть кто-нибудь из знакомых? Блять, а куда она делась? Я что-то понять не могу. Приколы. Типа, ебать, она же не вниз нахуй сиганула. Тут, ёпта, лифт или вниз, и все. В чем, ебать, прикол?
This thing to go into the city? What an ingenious...
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that... besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on...
Там пес, ебать. Шарлотта? Шарлотт. Точно Шарлотт. Подождите, а мне около дадут собрать?
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Отдайте, блять, окулус дайте, ёбаный в рот. Какая нахуй Шарлотта? Верните меня обратно. Окулусом, блять. В смысле, мы уже говорили, да, что прибудем, да? Этот чел оказался... нас обогнал, серьезно. Хотя тут может кто-то
No need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough... For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships. Or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right.
These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's if I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird. Oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago.
Чё? Это преступление, которое вы 20 лет раскрываете?
And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found.
20 лет.
Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Посадите вообще всех в тюрьму и все.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Что-то мне кажется, что она пропадет. Зная такие сюжеты. А можно мне посмотреть, как бы, ну, ладно, я не смогу посмотреть на окрестности из-за своего отличного геймпада с дрифт-стиками. Но я хотя бы попытался бы. Бля, ну верните мне куклу, мне придется туда-обратно телепортироваться. Надо будет хоть метку поставить.
Hey, we're almost there, look!
Ебать, он здоровый. Но выглядит так-то, конечно, пустовато сейчас. Мне кажется, тайных будет сундуков, мобов полно. Ну, в городе, внизу где-нибудь. Да, не успел.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going.
Okay. Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the...
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all...
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge.
Сундук ли мне показалось? Там сундук ли мне показалось, куда вы меня телепортируете? Я могу побегать просто? Ладно, после сюжета. Ебать. Так. Карта. А тут можно, кстати. Спасибо. Так, где я? А, ну да, по карте я хуй посмотрю. Оп, площадочка. Оба. О, такой же. Блять, мы в Фонтейне, обосраться. А где... Да я не про тебя. Ща я хочу открыть ТПшку тут. Телепорт. Курде Фонтейн. Но тут будет пустовато, если честно, уже. Водичка, все дела, канализация тут есть. Телепорт так обустроили. Здесь сундуки. Район Белло. Как я его следовал, на 100% успел. Ну только если из-за одного класса. Да, исследовать сейчас ничего не выйдет. Так, а куда мне... Блять. Ладно.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have...
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped.
Почему это звучит как... Ну,
allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you...
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to...
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of material.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the work...
Водичка.
Looks like rain.
Это плохо, да?
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
Ну, все, нас всех затопит.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe.
Дай угадаю, какая.
It said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Невилет плачет.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Отлично.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Ну да, с людьми, по-моему, так же работает. Если сказать не плакать, то они не перестанут плакать. Вот ТПшка.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
Мне кажется, это... Ну, да. Они все это время стояли, когда же закончится?
It rained for longer than I suspected.
Was there something you needed to do?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to... On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette meet you at the
Are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty tough.
No trouble at all! Don't worry!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need!
Вот, блять. Как будто мы знаем, где это находится. Чего? Опа, на сундук. Я так и думал.
Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it.
А тут? Чё это? Скамеечка с деньгами местная. Что там по ивентам? Бля, тыкни. Ага. Ага. Угу. Ага. Сьюта ледяного ветра. Конечно, должен быть где-то, наверное, в этом регионе, около столицы. Нет. Что он делает не около столицы? Ой, можно приготовить еду. Есть что-то в каком-нибудь меню? Нет, ничего интересного. Тогда по классике. Такс. Чувак, можно поговорить с тобой? Я думал, Сигвайн больше человек. Ну ладно. Ну, указание порядка. Культ Фонтейна, водный вокзал. Бля, такие названия долгие.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making...
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
От кузнецы в остальных легионах охуеют.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it's...
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on! Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
Что? Бля, я думал, он появится позже.
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Пришли за долгом, у них самих долг, ёпт. Что за автология?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Даже не знаю, что бы ему тут делать.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, but it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
Там сундук наверху или нет?
Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far, right, Traveler?
Да, пока что.
Hey, you! Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with... Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Бля, чуваки, ну это же... ладно.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Щуки такие тупые, просто пиздец. Прям тут?
Tidal wave.
О, серьезно, проблема с Италией. Полярная звезда. О, это мы, да? Это Вол, это мы стоим. Дайте заскриним нас. Нормально.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt. Who's next?
Что новенькое? По-моему, сейчас зависло. Отпусти.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Ты подумал об этом уже после драки? Гений.
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank.
Какие тугодумы, пиздец. Кстати, глаз бога у меня тут есть. Не, по-моему, не было, да?
Huh. That was weird.
Что происходит?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp,
Да,
I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a... But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know...
Что происходит?
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss.
Это я помню.
It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through. And one time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my...
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
По-моему, кит в ульте есть.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
Да, именно это.
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never... But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace...
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange... Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
More work for the Northland Band?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean...
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly...
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show... Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for...
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Сердце Бога ее.
Huh?
Чё?
Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come tap.
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
Ну, теперь понятно. Делал его глаз Бога из трейлера.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk.
Отлично, вот это я гуляю, заебись. Вот это я видами любуюсь, охуенно.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter
Это же мы
who was
обратно
barely
пришли.
around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist. The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon?
Так, можно мне...
Linny said that the Opera House is on Aranillas, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
Чё, глаз Бога, серьезно? Бля. У нас эти вещи остаются навсегда, да? Кровь глубин, осколок монолита, погребальная маска, серебряная ветвь. Он что, у нас навсегда останется это? Что-то странно. Если мы отдадим ему, то ладно, конечно, окей. Да, сейчас как-то выглядит странно. Но зато у нас есть глаз Бога. А как? А, на лифте. Код де Фонтейн, пассаж. Бля, я хочу открыть статую. А может по пути будет, не? Сундуков тут нет. А, это же этот фонтан можно будет качать, да? Или почему ты подсвечиваешься? Не, по-моему, другой фонтан. Ты просто стоишь.
Go, Barbara, go!
Нихуя себе.
Go, Barbara, go!
Тут у нас вокзал
Where
есть.
are all the water fairies? Are they even real?
Looks like we're running out of type 3 screws.
3? Go, Barbara, go!
А, ну да, мне сюда. Блять, этаж, по-моему, не тот. пить охота. Так, я тут. Так, а мне я куда? Ниже. Какой этаж, блядь? Линяная. Линия клинит. Ну давай ниже, ладно. Ну чё, ебу что ли? Теперь выше. Ну чё? Блять, какой мне этаж надо? Третий этаж. Во, все. Finally. Блять, стой. Тут нету, прохода нет. Мне сюда лезть. Ну, погнали, чё. Охуенно. Могу присесть? Спасибо. Присесть. Спасибо. Присесть.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Arenias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
Эти кубы, типа, отлично. Мы сейчас, я понял, куда мы едем. Окей, ну, бля, статую бы. Открыть, это еще. А, это ивент. Бля, нужно было открыть статую. О, усыпальница. О, можешь хоть секунду.
We are now approaching our final destination.
Блять, я думал, я
Please
сейчас
be sure to
выпрыгну.
bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark.
Если выпрыгну.
Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Все. Ну, считай, я вышел. Добро пожаловать в Фонтейн. Как-то поздновато вы. Ну ладно, спасибо. Телепорт. Дети. Да, так бежать, конечно, просто обосраться. Как ужасно. Капец, меня тихо, оказывается, слышно. Так, я побежал в ту сторону. В ту сторону. Нормально. Я думал, я громче говорю. О, сундук. О, Окулус. Ладно, исследовать карты я буду потом. Сейчас у нас марафон по сюжету. Бля, я думаю, это в столице будет где-нибудь. Ну, то есть, не сильно далеко. Рядом. Просто. Вот это прям вообще в жопе. Было. Этот фонтан будем качать, видимо, да? Хотя тут фонтан красивее в столице. Да, вроде как обычная.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as...
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Vache.
Кто?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
Это голос Океаниды?
No, Paimon didn't say anything.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children. Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard.
В этом фонтане океанит.
In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to...
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and...
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotion...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting...
Oh, right.
Что-то странно. Достигаются всего. Ну ладно. Это же с фонтаном будем качать, да? Ну да. Интересно, блять, я на табличку прям наступил как свинья. Ну, да, знакомая механика. Что по наградам? Я только эту луковицу прокачал недавно. Сколько качать нужен на уровень? 30. Слава богу. Да, все то же самое. Ну ладно. Нет, да. Да. Вниз прям. Какие-то вот странные инфраструктуры. В этом вашем фонтейне. Ладно, выглядит, конечно, красиво внутри, но снаружи немного странновато.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
Бля, мы знакомы 3 минуты, они нас уже в зал, ну ладно.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lenny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Вот бы тоже ряд этим едва знакомым людям отдавать места в первом ряду. Такие прям друзья.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
А тут у нас целая нехуя. Вот откройте, да? Ёб твою мать. Ёпта. В натуре театр. Я могу сесть куда угодно. Лол. Да, лол. Бля, ну, первый ряд точно самое удобное место. Мне показалось, ли там был... Не, Вилет. Бля, это он? На тебе норм?
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and... Oh, you little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me. I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Не, ну выглядит он, конечно, красиво.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that.
По-моему, маловато. Там, где есть пропуск между креслами, мне кажется, тут бы еще кресло вместилось полтора. Как-то не экономно они тут рассудили. Или только для самых элитных элит.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Кто же это?
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Бля, мужик красивый вообще-то.
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
Это, конечно, куда вежливее.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so... And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later, otherwise she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show is finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon...
Сейчас будет что-то интересное.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Hyman didn't see him do anything!
Ладно, это было неплохо.
Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Hyman couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
Даже знаю кого.
Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each... Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual...
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the fortress.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
Сейчас что-то будет.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is...
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about...
25! 24! 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20...
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring. 10 seconds and change is still...
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping 2 people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Ебать. Ебать.
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Я вижу, всем похуй, как-то сидят.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage.
Да ладно. Я не думал, что так легко все.
As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale, I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh,
Странно, что людей не увезли отсюда.
occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Lenny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like
a kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and...
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects, and the audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
Эти двое куда пошли?
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is... I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Это упорно выглядит.
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did...
Oh, well... I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Lenny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime...
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to... I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand.
Вот говорящие животные, нахуй, и боги. О какой магии ты говоришь?
I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
У него такое лицо, будто он, блядь, сам это затеял. Блядь, не то. Что-то как-то маленькая веревочка для такой хуйни здоровой. Кто там стоит? Что-то не знаю, мне кажется, там должно быть веревок побольше. Или не знаю, веревка должна быть сама побольше.
The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler?
Да кто-то поджег. Веревка, я не уверен, что она вижу такой хуйню.
This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material... Wait! Why don't you write all this down?
Вы-то кто, ёпта? Хули вы тут делаете? Часть улики?
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads...
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I...
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But
that makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Так она же была подожжена, а не разрезана.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Это звук из ящика был, наверное. Да спросить у него нет?
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us.
Whoever the...
Так, что у нас? Так я ж там был уже, алло. А как? Не залезть на сцену? Ага. Да залезь.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's...
See? I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lenny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number select?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we...
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or something. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where.
That much checks out. Lenny reserved...
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's...
Чё остальные тут сидят? Что вы тут делаете? Так я ж там был, алло. Ёбаный в рот. Не пройду, не пройду. Или мне... Нет, все. И с тобой разговаривал.
Go ahead, have a look around.
Ну да. А, ну с тобой еще если.
Hello there. What
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members, the seats were all booked in advance. So we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we... Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontейну who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
Откуда не знаю, зачем она сюда пришла?
She wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
Охуенно, спасибо.
И
20 лет никого не нашли, так мы кого-то найдем. Ща найдем ее за столиком где-нибудь в кафешке. Передадим привет, пойдем дальше. Вот, теперь все, отлично. Чё? Мне на улицу или куда?
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Опа-на.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Это наблюдательная, наверное.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
Это да, мудила. Виноват.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. Judging from the look of things,
Really? We think so too! That's why we're... But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence, but that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting... Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was...
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean... All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I, too, think that the Traveler's response was most... No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose.
Кого-то засудили? Или твоего отца засудили?
You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall...
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Hmm? Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be You wish to save a friend from false accusations.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
Как они, блядь, носят очки без...
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be...
But no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to...
No, we're not leaving. We're representing... Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So... it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
Здесь всего один выход, что ли, из театра.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as...
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Ебать, у него глаз бога на плече.
Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all...
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given the back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
Ну, это было ожидаемо.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the... See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be...
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near...
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
Нихуя себе.
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be... But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably... And yet, to think that someone was able to use... Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to...
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone. We're
Лучше бы сказали про воду как. Потому что для меня это было поинтереснее. Ой, лагает. Ой, лагает. Что-то я мог просканировать только что. Так это что это было?
These are the clothes that her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Это звучит странновато. У нее эти появились линзы на очках.
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Какой-то извращенец. Титульный ход. Хотя потайного хода тут нет. Над этим... О. Что-то меня лагает в этом куске локации.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been...
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon...
Так, и что тут у меня еще есть? Осталось, не? Я же вроде все осмотрел. Рельсы. Не рельсы.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows. It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. Here's a broken vase!
That can't be. The trolley moved...
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Так, это все не. Так я же тут уже все смотрел, мне надо выйти отсюда или что? Тут что-то еще было, не? Сесть. Смотреть. Так я уже тут уже все смотрел. Чё? Исследуйте вазу. Исследовать. Ну, должно быть последнее.
What's this? Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Чтобы кого-то спиздить.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Я могу вернуться, если бы я все не исследовал? То что было бы? Или мне бы сказали, мол, ты не можешь отсюда выйти, пока все не исследуешь?
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there...
Apologies for the wait, Demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent lead. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappear. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness test. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? I thought Novelette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this...
Huh? Why?
У нее-то появляется или на зрачках-то не появляется?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point!
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweet?
Huh. Bringing out suddenly
Фонтейн.
doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Еще костер на сегодня разведем.
You're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the...
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to...
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
Бля, выглядит вкусно.
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around,
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for concern.
Я
I'm
больше
merely
люблю
doing
зеленый
as I
чай.
should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal, the magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any...
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
Странная взаимосвязь.
Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same...
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire... Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3 on it.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good...
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake.
По-любому кто-то
No big
спиздил.
deal.
Это явно не просто так.
Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, Demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest it would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for...
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense
Я
ready for
могу
the trial.
ливнуть отсюда?
Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Pyron's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Не, что если это пышность? Карта. Да, хуй это пышность куда? А если... Ну, я могу, да, это пышнуться? А просто проверять-то неохота особо. Бля, это Фонтейн. Что-то не хочу проверять. Обычно там в суммиру есть какие-нибудь указатели там. Да просто подожду в 8 утра и все. О, а этого не было в прошлый раз. Ну, а здесь подняли сцену. Что, касана будет какая-нибудь?
What do we do? The whole situation is so good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. Look,
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and... Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that you're That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their but don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you,
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Публике-то зачем?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not...
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
Да не то чтобы он слишком громкий был, такой глухой
I
звук.
was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Вот, рядом-то, конечно, да.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my... Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Сделаем удивленное лицо.
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Там нужно спать вообще?
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Да не фатой ничего не нужно.
Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted.
Да ладно.
In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already a...
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little...
Я уже захотел поесть.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many...
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
В этом, а в других.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear your answer first, and no...
Of course. I'll answer any... We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
Просто так туда зайти не? Хотя, наверное, нельзя.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way
Нам
we can
поможет
save
эта
everyone.
херня и пророчество.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mist, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
А я ж подумал, тут будет выбор на секунду.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a serious... Huh? Oh...
А что-то составляю. Хотя рассказывать об этом тоже спонтанно. А тебе все равно придется об этом рассказать, чел.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Ёпта.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed. So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before... Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Lin...
Бляха. Не то, не то. Не то. Бля, может быть, про первый?
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Не.
Seems
Да
this
ладно.
won't produce a...
Это точно не про выходы. Да ладно, мне что, надо рандом тыкать? Да ладно, все, последняя. Чё? И чё мне делать? Так, выход. А, ну сообщник. Да ладно. Да ладно. Да, я сейчас на рандом просто буду тыкать.
According to Lenny, he left via the vent
Просто
after
на рандом?
entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Так, ну рандом так неинтересно. Да какой я на рандом тыкнул, не то. Так. Что-то мне мало доказательств, кажется. Исполнен реквизит. Выполнить, все стало. Но это не то. Это про выхода не то. В комнате нет. Платье. А мне что-то мало доказательств, по-моему, я собрал, нет? Что-то все. Что-то все выглядит не очень как-то правдоподобно.
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed...
Окей. Ты слышал загадочные человеческие голоса. Лини похищает Холзи. Ну, это
Lenny
понятно.
went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which, once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete... Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident...
Просто на рандом тыкал большую часть. Все.
Paimon did it!
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Carol hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time. You're saying that he wasn't?
Блять, я не могу и да? Блять, за геймпада не могу. Я не могу опустить из-за геймпада, блять. О, не могу. Этим выбрать. Я не знаю, насколько это правда или нет. Да, ёпт. А, ну давай. Я просто буду тыкать на равно, потому что я не могу листать вниз. А, не могу. А, да. Да ты дрофлишь, господи. Блять, ну я же не могу попасть. Так, ну я не могу дотыкнуть снова. Вот, блять, да, пиздец. Так, я попал, отлично. Я не могу. А, слава богу.
Disprove his alibi has now become the best proof!
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Ты же это уже говорил, не? Да, я читал это уже. Да, алло.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Чё за суицид? А, все, теперь понял. Да, хватит тыкать-то, ёпта. Да.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience. The deceased's name is Cowell.
That can't be right. Are you serious?
Это он и был.
The killer was, in fact, Cowell!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator
Ну,
to
самооборона.
victim.
Хотя я хуй знает.
The deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. Halsey's clothing was in the
Ага. Ну хотя бы что-то первый угадал.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
А, ну он же услышал какой-то там голос, по идее. Потом с одеждой не так.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Linny's.
Может, он сам залез туда? А потом через люк.
It would have been tough for both people to.
А я это решение выбрал, нет? Нет,
It would have been tough for both
это я выбрал
people to.
только что. А, это другое. Ну последовательность будет уже не там.
No one entered
А давайте
or
поставлю
left
так.
the opera.
Так, ну остается
It would have been tough
это
for both
вентиляция
people to fit.
и
No one
выходы.
entered or left.
Может, порядок не тот?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Не, первым должен быть
Linny
линием.
was not in the tunnel at. Linny was not in the tunnel at.
А, ну значит сюда
Clothing
платье.
was in the tunnel.
Что от меня хотят?
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is growing?
Ты ёбаный махаматор, блядь, остановись.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing. The deceased's name is Cowell. Linny's assistant.
Ну, вот разбитая ваза,
The
чё,
vase
нет?
was not broken by chance. It was used to cover.
Воду.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality where... Must we really?
Подождите, а вещи вы его не осматривали, что ли, или чё?
Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is...
Even so, I trust the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reason. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him.
А вещи вы осмотрите
But
все
given that
равно
we
не
aren't
вешали,
making
да?
much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the
А, блядь, а до этого вы решили не осматривать их,
We
серьезно?
are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage. Each the notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
А, там уже есть того пророчества, где люди растворяются в воде.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
То есть вы заранее не проверили серьезно его? Почему вы не проверили его вообще? Мы 3 часа тут нахуй сидим, пердим, а они, блядь... Ой, ёб твою мать. Ой, блядь.
Just a minute. Could that mean you?
Mademoiselle, wait! What about your
Let's go. Just trust.
Order! Order!
Бля, там эти часы, которые крутятся за этим троном, похожи на окно из Доктора Стрэнджа.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this
Что-то
hypothesis,
весы в
I
нашу
believe
сторону не
that many of
двигаются,
this
нихуя.
case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make... Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Ну, это понятно.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. It was instead some form of trick. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey. The water from the primordial sea. The water from the primordial sea should already have...
Ладно, пусть будет так. Наверх пусть будет последним.
The rope that held the water tank up was lit. The water from the
Да я...
primordial... The rope
Ой,
that held the water
господи.
tank up was... The water from the primordial...
Ah.
The rope that held the water tank up... The water from the primordial... The rope that held
Я
the
еще
water
ничего не
tank up,
нажимаю.
The water from the primordial sea should... The rope that held the water...
Я
the water
еще раз
from
говорю,
the
я ничего не
primordial-
нажимаю.
The water from the primordial... The rope that held the water tank... The water from the primordial... The rope that held...
Да знаю я, господи, отстаньте.
The water from the primordial... The rope that held the water tank... The
Да
water
можем
from
не
the
поменять
primor-
на
the rope
второе
that held the water tank up
и
was...
третье.
The water from the primor... The rope that held the water tank... I remember there was...
Давай
I
это.
remember there was some... I remember there was some... The water from the primordial... I remember there was... The water
Я
from
не
the
могу
primordial-
поменять
I
на
remember
второе.
there was
А,
something-
ладно. Пусть будет это.
Now it seems like the hook rope would... Now it seems like
Ну
the
нет, я
water
же
from the
выбрал
primordial-
второе.
Lynette was in the magic box.
Да нет, я же меняю так быстро, как? Нахуй ты пиздишь, чувак, я же не нажимаю выбрать четвертое. Ну пусть ты переключишь. Блять, он так быстро хуярит, я не могу. Ой, ёпта. Ну вот снова. Я не про воду, чувак. Я не про веревку. Все. Да как? Отлично. Осталось последнее. Я вообще на рандом просто тыкаю, и все, я тут в детектива уже хуй поиграешь. Да я не нажимаю, чувак. Ладно, давай, я не знаю, поставим... Я хуею, если это кажется правильным, конечно. Но я жестко сомневаюсь, что это так будет. Как это поменять? Так. Да вы чё, рофлите?
The water from the primordial sea. The water from the primordial. I remember there was something. The water from the primordial sea. The water from
Это в натуре, блядь, мучительно.
was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? Lynette was in the magic. The water from the primordial sea should.
Да почему нормально же до этого было? Почему еще хуже-то стало? Как я до этого-то жил? Да знаю, как его звали, мне поебать. Можем я на я сейчас нахуй все отменю. Так прикол в том, что это еще неправильно ведь, наверняка. Ну чувак, ну я же не прошу мне снова улику хуярить. Вода здесь по-любому понадобится. Куда-нибудь ее нужно будет засунуть. А ее во второй сейчас засунуть, это вообще проблемно. Ну ладно, давайте я засуну воду сюда. Еще последовательность может быть разная. Да не то. Ну, чувак, ты можешь не пиздеть, я знаю.
Entered the magic box. Lynette was in the magic box. The water from the primordial. I remember there was the water from the primordial sea should all. Lynette was in the magic. The water from the Lynette was in the magic box on the water from the primordial. Lynette was in the magic. The water from the Lynette was in the magic. The water from the Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. But what Lynette was in the magic box. Now it seems like the The deceased's name is The deceased's name is Cowl. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. The water from the primordial sea should all. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny. The water from the primordial. Lynette was in the magic box. The water from the primordial sea should. The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped. The water from the primordial sea should already have been. The deceased's name is Cow. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The deceased's name is Cow. Lynette was in the magic box on the water from the Lynette was in the magic box. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The water from the primordial. The water from the primordial. The water from the primordial sea. The water from the primordial sea should. The water from the Lynette was in the magic box. The water from the primordial sea should. The rope that held the water tank up. The water from the primordial sea. The water from the primordial sea. The deceased's name is Cowl.
Блять, полчаса хуярило.
Ладно.
Я хотя бы убрал пару улик.
Now it seems like the. I remember there was. Now it seems like the hook rope
Мне
was
вообще
not
уже
meant.
похуй на этот суд, если честно.
Now it seems like the hook rope. Now it seems like the hook. Now it seems like the hook rope.
Потому что я не хочу нажимать.
Sea should already have been prepped. Lynette was in the magic box on stage. The water from the.
Ну не это, блять, почему? Ой, ёпта. Блять, у меня что, нахуй, 20 пальцев? Как я могу контролировать геймпад, который не работает? Да, завали, пожалуйста, ебало. Ну, блять, ты явно тут причастен. Нужно как-то тебя пингануть. Ну я уже пожаловал.
The rope that held the water. The deceased's name is.
Я жива. Нет, вот-то все равно нужно поставить. Пусть вода будет в конце, мне тут поебать. Все равно же правильно, нихуя.
Now it seems like the hook... The water from the primordial sea should Now it seems like the hook... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped. Now it seems like the water from the primordial... Now it seems like the hook rope... I remember there was... The water from the primordial sea I remember there was some... The water from the primordial... Lynette was in the magic box on... I remember there was something... The water from the primordial... The deceased's name is Cow... The water from the primordial sea should The deceased's name is Cowl. I remember there... The deceased's name is Cowl. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. I remember there was... The deceased's name is Cow. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny's... The deceased's name is Cowl. The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny's assistant. The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial sea should... The water from the primordial sea should already... The deceased's name is Cowl. The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial sea should already have... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The deceased's name is... The water from the primordial... Lynette was in the magic box on... Lynette was in the magic box. The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial... The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial... The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial sea... The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny's... The water from the primordial... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? The deceased's name is... The rope that held the water tank... The deceased's name is... The water from the primordial sea should already... The deceased's name is... The deceased's name is Cow... Lynette was in the magic box on... The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny... The rope that held the water tank up... The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny's assistant. He would have been... Lynette was in the magic... The deceased's name is Cowl. Lynette was in the magic box... The deceased's name is Cowl. The rope that held the water... The deceased's name is Cow... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The deceased's name is Cowl. Lynette was in the magic. The deceased's name is. The rope that held the water. The deceased's name is. The deceased's name is the water from the primordial. The deceased's name is Cowl. The deceased's name is. Lynette was in the magic. The deceased's name is. The rope that held the water tank up. Lynette was in the magic. The deceased's name is Cowl. The rope that held the water tank up was the water from the The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny's. The water from the The deceased's name is Cowl. Lynette was in the magic box on. The deceased's name is. The water from the primordial sea should. The deceased's name is. The water from the The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial sea. The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial. The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny. The water from the primordial. The deceased's name is Cowl. Lynette was in the magic box on.
Вообще, мне кажется, я уже знаю, как последовательность. Наверное, веревка предпоследняя, а эти бутылки... Нет, бутылки, наверное. Предпоследняя, веревка последняя. Менять я это сейчас не буду, иначе я сейчас умру. Потому что мне нужно просто что-то тыкнуть, чтобы что-то было во втором. А из-за того, что геймпад постоянно поворачивает меня влево, я не могу. Ты не можешь зависать хотя бы 5 минут, серьезно. Ты можешь не говорить мне об этом. Ты можешь просто листать. Вот. Бутылки-то по-любому... Ладно. Я знаю, что бутылки последние... Ну, блядь, какой-то хуй знает, какие, блядь. Ну, переключить, ладно. Отменим. Поставим... Блядь, тут вторая микросекунда. Веревка.
The rope that held the water from the primordial. The deceased's name is.
Ура! Блять, я хотя бы первого угадал. Ёбаный в рот, спасибо и на этом. Одной мароками. Блять, ты. Бля, почему именно второе, первое? Бутылки. Ой, будет круг, ладно, поебать. Он хотя бы не пиздит.
The water from the primordial sea should already. The water from the primordial sea should.
Пусть будет крюк. Пусть будет веревка. Нет! Я же говорю. Подожди, а круг уже не. Это. Отлично. Тогда второй у нас еще. Трубки, мне кажется, точно. Третий я ставлю на что. А, ну да. Я так и думал. Я говорил, бутылки третьи. Тогда остается второй только. Ой, как же это плохо было, ёб твою мать. В целом я бы догадался до такой последовательности, но как же это было плохо. Ой, блядь, больно.
on. It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine.
Как я, блядь, соскучился по этому пиздежу, ёбаный в рот. Ой, бля, сейчас закончу пиздеть, пойду поем.
In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
Чего?
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing people.
Oh да, болтовня.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
Отставили.
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully does this not clear all? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow...
Ой, бляха, опять.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave, having made modifications to the props beforehand. His accomplice Cowell then but upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no.
А чё, я даже не буду участвовать?
It doesn't... seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample... I believe this is indeed the finale! Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice.
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like... I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
А, они же для фокуса использовали, чтобы она растворилась в воде. Ёбаный в рот, теперь-то я только сейчас допёр.
What in the world is she saying?
Они же в этом фокусе с водой использовали. Микрофон включен.
Offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting... But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry, but as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So...
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial.
Что вообще
I was
происходит?
just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
Что вообще происходит?
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never... But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Ебать было. Ну я же говорю, что он появится в сюжете еще.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box.
Ну, это
There
понятно.
was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance cards. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Какой все? А
This
кто,
time,
блять, уронил?
we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Алло, нам расскажут, почему эта хуйня упала, не? Так, окей, одежда. Пиздилка. Крюк. Я просто буду тыкать на рандом.
The flower... Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized.
И генератор, наверное, это уже. Значит, тут ничего не подходит. У нас есть только это второе. Потому что я думаю, в первом ничего не сработает.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian... He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
А почему ящик-то упал, ёпта? Расскажи мне. Ой, сейчас бы поесть.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses.
Я же говорил, это не просто так. Это не просто так было.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that...
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statement? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat.
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list.
Блять, я же сразу сказал, что у него ебало подозрительное с таким ебалом-то.
With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected to cover up any evidence while committing the deed. Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the oratories to make the final decision.
Ебать. Будто кнопки сделал. Конкретно.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Ах ты, сука, это ты подставил. Хотя, блять, они же использовали ее для воды.
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or what? But false evidence that you dare to bring before this court!
О.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you.
Ляд ты крыса.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become alive. Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and...
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which, when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Ебать. А чё ты сразу не сказал, кто босс? Вот ты решил... А, как всегда.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Ебать, какие штуки. Как он расстрелился сам, если его нужно намочить было?
So, we're just going back now?
А что вам еще делать?
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of... I guess. But regardless, I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Слуга, это же Арли... Нет, это не Арлекина. Как, бля, Арлекина, кто? Это слуга.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Арлекина? Почему Арлекина? Это отец.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you... Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out... I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, And to my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular. And we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want... Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in.
So you went from orphans to nobility just...
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say... But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really out. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circle.
That doesn't seem too bad either.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Как-то немного жутковато.
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
Sure.
So, she'd already taken care of that.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement. All of them. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so... The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
Чего? Сердце Фонтейна? Чего, так можно было?
She believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland.
Вот оно что, она родом из Фонтейна.
To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets, to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's
Да
all
ладно,
right.
нормально
I
всё.
understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my...
Вот оно что.
Bye, Linny!
Сейчас на нас какая-то облава будет, да? Из того трейлера.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappear... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Aw, And we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners.
Huh? Do we really need to get that form?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too...
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if Boss Navi is treating Kip...
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to...
Alright then, let's have our farewell meal.
Ой, что-то сейчас плохое будет, да? Или нет? Окей, это было быстро. Отправитесь в кузницу. Что у нас тут еще? В Дебор отель. А какое задание это мне надо? Это не то. Это какой-то ивент, что ли? Ну, прям светится так. Ну, это в этом, в городе, да? Это в городе. Бля, ладно, давайте я все же открою карту. Ну, да. Хорошо, что я открыл-то поиначе, мне пришлось бы снова ехать. Но я хочу поесть. Бля, силуэт Фонтейну. Сейчас отойду. Так, хочется как-то открыть эту статую более человеческим путем. Хотя я это все равно не залезу. Так что придется в любом случае. Ага. Давай победим геймпад. А еще тут должна быть где-то Катерина.
Go, Barbara, go!
Бля, как подняться наверх? Угу. О, это же из этого трейлера. Да, точно. Бля, ты меня обошел, падла.
Go, Barbara, go!
О. Ты не работаешь, да, падла? Угу, ну да. Почти через спасибо. Ебать. Ну да. Ты прокачаешь. Опа. Привет. Тебя-то я и искал. Ебать, Фонтейн. Да. А, ладно. Бля. Оставить-то некого. Так, окей, телепорт. Окей. Как подняться? Это тупик. А как мне выше-то подняться? Есть карта в интернете? Так, бля, где лифт? Он же был тут. Или он сзади... Во. Давайте на самый 4-й этаж, хуля. Где ёбаная статуя? Как туда попасть? А, не, подожди, она прямо передо мной. Блять, она прямо тут. Ох, ебать, ты здоровый городище. А, эти челики прямо тут. Я думал, они около столицы, хотя да. Остается открыть только вот этот вот кусок локаций. В ожидании принятия. Какого принятия? А, это типа кафе. Так, вот тут же вот эти чуваки. Линнет и Фремина, да? Вот тут вот. Тут кафешка, где я был. А тут гильдия, какая-то хата. Вот, ну тут я был на этой улице. Там еще это кузнец. Не, ну в целом город выглядит не таким уж сложным. Еще бы сюда бы. Сейчас? Да, пошли откроем сейчас. Или нет? Ладно, потом. А подожди, а тут есть уровни? А тут нет уровней. Или я не вижу? Вот я смотри. Вот, сейчас мне показывают уровни, да. Алло. Махинаторы. Не, ну ебать, город здоровый. Типа отсюда можно уехать. А куда? В смысле? Или это типа будущая локация, которая будет потом, или ну. Сейчас это выглядит странно. И в целом, да, как я думал, тут всего до маршрута. То есть ты едешь из порта в столицу, и из столицы в театр. И в целом все. Ну да, сюда мы приехали, здесь поставил ТП, пошли. Бля, Фонтейн. Район Фонтейн. Давай возьму сразу делик. Чего? Чего? Очень интересно. Бля, поплавать бы еще можно. Потом. И бля, я думаю, ты мне просто дашь квест и все. Ну, конечно. Так вот, хуй знает, кто эти сундуки тут оставляет. Пустоватенько тут. Еще один телепорт. Еще один телепорт.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this.
In that case, I'll go order for us first.
Микрофон включен? Включен.
Everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it...
Well, then I'll...
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right?
Oh, true. Very true.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order...
Не, ну если сейчас вторая глава, то лучше ее оставить на завтра.
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still...
If it hadn't happened right in front of us,
right? Yet it was because this was such a...
If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different... It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula... Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the...
Seems...
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be... Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
I see. So, your primary... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine.
Well, would you consider some more, unique...
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to...
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed, then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers.
Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Архонтам надо спать. Зачем им спать?
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do.
That might work, but that's not real.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. all right, no more joking around. Huh. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know.
Huh?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. We're just about.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and
Фонта типа как Фанта, только Фонта.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the font. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go.
Yeah, we're stuffed.
Что-то сейчас будет плохое с нами. Я прям чувствую. Каким-нибудь там была Кассана. Бля, нужно было ее потом начинать. Бля, можно мне зайти в кафе, новые рецепты купить?
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so...
Okay. As for
Hey, Navia! What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine... in any case, I wish you...
See ya!
Не, все же пойду. Ну да, новый том начинается. А новый том оставлю уже на завтра. Сейчас я хочу открыть карту. И в новый дом сходить. А вот каким макаром... Ну, вариант только отсюда. Так. А что здесь есть Окулус? Здесь это... А, здесь это... Подожди, а как мне... Поехали, но если скачан... Я могу что-то скачать. Но мне на этот остров надо. А другого маршрута я не знаю.
Welcome to the Clementine Line Aquabus. This boat tour will take you to the magnificent court of Fontaine, the most important city in our nation. I'm Ava, and I'll be your tour guide for this trip. Even though I'm not as reliable as Elfman from the Navia line, I'll still do my very best. And if you're dissatisfied with anything, feel free to let me know right away. Oh, wait a sec. Please contact a staff member with your feedback after reaching the station, and we will address your concerns as soon as possible.
Я могу скачать.
Back on topic. The destination of this trip will be the court of Fontaine. If you'd like to learn more about the latest technological developments in Fontaine, the hottest new trends in cuisine, or upcoming sensational trials, please subscribe to the Steam Bird.
или стамина. А я могу, да, здесь набрать? Вроде. Бля, надеюсь, она не обидится, что я выпрыгнул. Вроде только начинает. Просто я хочу к статуе. О, эти пневмоуси, да? Уси. Спецмег, уси, пневмы. Посмотрим, как сложно вас будет бить вот так вот.
Let the show begin.
Еще нужно запомнить, какого цвета элемент у вас. Ебать ты нахуй, терминатор. Что у вас по материалам? Шестеренки. И шестеренки. Надеюсь, ничего интересного тоже не пропустил. Бля, нужно было дослушать. А, вон статуя. Как бы там околоса не оказалось, за 3 пизды. Хотя... Я наоборот удивлюсь больше, если не будет. Так, статуя недалеко уже. Это что-то новенькое? Да. Так, вон статуя. Вон окулус. Что у вас тут? Гидра без остановки. А, ну, наверное, нужно открыть. Горячая. Ага. Бля, тут горячий источник? Как на плане. А можно мне... Все, спасибо. Что это за хрень? 2 окулус? А, под землей. Так, это не то. Хочу пофармить новые релики сейчас. Бля, выглядит довольно-таки внушительно. 3%, 6%, 5%. Чего? Угу. А где эти кубы-то ебаные? Квест. Или они типа будут потом? Хотя нет, они вроде доступны же были в видосе. Ну, они на вершине горы, конечно же. Вот какие тут новые достижения? Маловат. Откройте карту, откройте телепорты. 39, нихуя себе. Сломайте печати. Повысьте статус семьи. Ну, это, блядь, не сегодня. Повысьте фонтан. Преследуйте за 6 феями. Откройте 60 сундуки. История отряда. Секрет внутри Ленаса. Ленас это гора, где телепорт. Да, это тут. Ха. Так, что я хочу? Релик. Какие мы тут мобы? Даже не знаю, чем заняться. Ладно, сначала солью все эти. На подземелье пойду. Так. А еще нужно поплавать. Что тут есть интересное? Вроде не особо. Где стоянка? Вот на стоянка. Тюлени, прикольная. Ладно, тебе пешком найду. Так, не видишь, что это где-то под землей? Ох. Какие у нас тут вообще враги-то? Какие-нибудь новые суперзалупы? Да, новые суперзалупы. Гидра, Крио, Анема. Ну, давайте так пойду. Бля, я до сих пор не привык. Так, кого мне лучше взять? Пира.
Oh, is it time for me to join you?
А кто миссис Крио? Бля, у меня нет Крио ДД, оказывается. Придется по старинке хуярить. Блять. Почему я хватал мертвую? Так, идем. Вы дошли. Блять, что это нахуй за кран? Почему я заморозил? Ой, блядь. Нихуя ты нахуй отбросил. Ебать.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little.
See? Time to go. Let the show begin.
You're in for a little.
Да ёбаный экран. Да открой ты инвентарь. И персонажей, блядь. Ладно, так тоже пойдет.
Stabilize.
You're in for a little shock.
Да, чуваки-то, конечно, ощущаются немного пожопнее. Не знаю, связано ли это с элементом или нет.
You've been a naughty boy.
Да, тыкаете вы, конечно, посложнее чутка. Попробуй взять минет. Она меня откиснет сразу. Я думаю, что это хороший вариант. Выбрать место нет. Так, что у нас тут? Ага. Ага. Не, серьезно, что это за ебаный кран? Ебаный Хорайзен. Почему кран пытается меня убить? Что за новая механика хуяника?
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little.
Let's dance.
You're in for a little shock.
There.
You're in for a little shock.
Higher, higher, hands on fire.
Stabilize. Order guide you.
Почему откатится?
I'll protect us.
Come a little closer.
Да давай, ебу.
Solidify.
Come a little closer.
Let's dance.
Сила атаки нет. Так, кройся.
You've been a naughty boy.
I'll protect us.
Да хватит мне морозить, ёбаный ты. Почему ёбаный кран стреляет сосульками? Заебись.
Come a little closer.
Кто нахуй тебя создал-то вообще? Да зачем, блядь? И зачем понятно, как это выглядит?
Solidify.
Try not to.
Let's dance.
Time to go.
И вот так уже вторую неделю.
Stabilize.
You're in for a little shock. You've been a naughty boy.
Order guide you. Right.
Blitz.
Let the show begin.
Yep.
И быть расческа? Хуёвая расческа. Тоже хуета. последний раз переливаем отсюда. Музыка ничего такая.
You've been a naughty boy. Let's spark.
Gather! I will have order!
Let's dance. See?
Да, отъебись от меня.
Come a little closer. You're
Отъебись, говорю.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little
Да ты ёбаная сосулька, а? Пидор.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. Blitz.
Time to go.
Алло, блядь, заткать, конечно.
I'll protect us.
Stabilize.
You've been a naughty boy.
Да, урона я вообще что не даю.
This is order.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Solidify.
Finally. Блять. Кривой урон. Нет, спасибо. Так, как мне теперь ожидание принятия, охуеть, туда попасть? Ну ладно, самая ближайшая это статуя. Тут есть выход? А, есть, нормально. А сколько тут сундуков всего, интересно, на одном городе? Боюсь даже представить. Тут только нычек. Где это может подойти? А где что? А где закрыто там? Так, я могу автобус подождать. А как мне поехать дальше? Тут транспорт есть? Что-то, видимо, транспорта тут нет. Бля, ну пошли пешком. Съебись. Да съебить пугаю. Ну, иначе вы выбрали смерть. Нет, просто не убить. Ай, я буду слаймы. А это, наверное, потом сделают. Сундук.
Come a little closer. Oh my.
А, вот на эти кубы. Подождите, на эти кубы же вне зоны нашей досягаемости сейчас, нет? Или да, или в зоне? Такое ощущение, будто это потом сделают, захуярят и все. Так, данж я нашел. Что это за кубок? Понятия не имею. Ну, пока не особо видит. А, бля, мне же нужны рецепты, да? Этого говна, крафтового оружия. Ну да, видимо, кубы мы получим только в следующем патче. Ну да. Кубы вон там. Бля, я думал, это какой-то указатель. Так, поплаваем. Это... Бля, уж больно хорошая метка. Я явно ее не ставил. Ну, давайте около статуи. Не принципиально особо. Здание мира, но это потом. Там еще вент. Можно пройти, кстати. Сначала поплаваем. Точно можно плавать? Блядь, телепорт под водой. Ладно, это красиво. А тут испытание было. Куда делось? Агрессивный. Ничего не сделал, они бьются. Так, Кокулус. Кокулус. Нет тут нигде Кокулуса. Так, мне все равно интересно, сколько тут Окулусов на карте. Бля, опустись по ней уже. Опустись. Не опускается. Да ебало вниз. Наверх. Вниз. Отлично. О, я выплыл. — 85? Ну, бля, понятно, что сейчас маловато. Но сейчас их 85. Бля, 85 на патч. Стоит бы собрать все, пока что есть. То есть у меня 40 дней на 85 окулусов. В целом нормально. Это он где-то в корабле? Или что? Нихуя. Вот это молодцы. Ладно, это более чем бессмысленное действие. Окей. О, халява. Блять, камеру. А, плаваю потом. Окей, давайте сейчас я... Что у нас? Карта. Ебать. Тут нахуй поплавать можно, охуеть как. А, ну вот. Как раз недалеко. Раз уж я тут, пройду ивент и закончу на сегодня. Или как будет время. Бля, нету. Обзорную площадку хотел. А площадку? Да нагнись ты ради сатаны. О, господи. Ебать, еще один. Где череп? Ебать. Я его не заметил сразу. Кто? Телепорт. Ладно, давайте это я оставлю на потом. Подводную часть. Сейчас насладимся более наземными приключениями. Пять меков. Куда я успел их одолеть? Так, собрать. Еще около свяжем. Карта. Поставлю метку, чтобы не забыть потом. Даже почти ровно поставил. Бля. Есть ресурсный код, который нужно собрать. Код. Цветок сахарок. Ура. Это тут? Бля, как бы мне это... Не прилетело это... Хуйня за то, что я сейчас квест не сделал. О, вижу, все, нормально. А если бы я их собрал уже? Что было бы? Тюрей. Так. Где следующий? Ну, видимо, сюда. Вот херня, нет? Даджетолос. Бля, а как я залезу наверх? А, хотя... Возможно. Опусти камеру пониже. А, ебать, что-то там висит. А. Опусти камеру. Опусти камеру, говорю. Да, блять. О. Идем по этому учению. А, это херня. Так я уже собирал его уже. Ну да, все. События. Что у нас? Так, давай. Блядь, дашь собрать награду-то? Достижение. Подводная область Фонтейну. Но птицы я потом хочу. Пофармить это можно. Босс. Так, ну боссов я оставлю потом. Ладно, давайте я соберу вот это вот. И закончу. А, это под водой. А, это под водой. Вот это что это было. Тильда. Тидалья. тут еще титалит. Надо найти. Вот это вот мелкихуевина? Нет, это рыба. А, камеру опусти. Опусти камеру. Камеру опусти. Дед. Опусти камеру. Опусти камеру. Опусти камеру. Ой, блядь. Так, а можно мне не файтиться ни с кем? Это ты? Видимо, да. Так, я пролечу мимо. Блять. Здесь даже робо-рыба, серьезно. Да хватит! Хватит, пожалуйста. Нет, времени мало осталось. Как это вообще выглядит? Я вроде то собираю, да. Если смотреть, то это вроде то. Так, еще нужно две ракушки найти. А, вижу. А, так вот они же тут. Как их сразу не заметил. Файтинги. Потом. Давайте сюда. ТПшность. Бля, я хуёво ТПшнулся. Мне же надо наверх. Так, я могу пролезть через эту стену? Сука, хватит. Полезли, что ли? Так, передышка. Придется использовать обходные пути. Хотя можно было через этот... около эпиклекса этого театра. А то, мне кажется, я доползу с такими успехами. Да подожди ты, дед. Стамина. А теперь нормально ползем. Все, припал. Ну, опусти ты камеру! Спасибо. О, а что сейчас так не сделал? Так, тот гидропол похер на него пока что. Хочу собрать этих 9 цветков и все. Если смотреть по карте, то я прям уже близко. Вниз, ёпт. Так, марафон, ты хуй поиграешь. Так, я вижу цветки, которые мне нужны. Да не наверх, ёпта! Дед, пердед. Давай ниже. Отлично. Да, много персонажей будут хавать эти цветы. Все у вас. Отлично. Так, ну, окей. Такой вышел Фонтейн. В принципе, классно. Сюжет неплохой. Детективная часть тоже. Про геймпад молчу, это просто было отвратительно. Мучаюсь с этим последние... О, тут кузнец. А, это, наверное, та же девка. Где мы Чалда встретили. Да, можно же делать так, нормально. Так, чё, нормально? Нормально. Думаю, на сегодня с меня хватит интернета.